I'm reading this article here that someone shared on the build space. The build space Discord. It's about the journey of someone that is a learning program from the beginning to job ready. Apparently, Usu 312. Thanks for following. And apparently, I'm in the beginning of this phase on the cliff of confusion, which shouldn't be very exciting, but I think it's good to know because it makes me more mentally prepared for. It's basically saying that in this beginning phase of the free code camp and the Odin project, it feels a lot easier and you're gaining confidence because you're following the projects like this. But once you start doing your own thing and you get away from this, it becomes a lot harder because you don't have a direction, which is something that I kind of experienced trying to do the Odin projects by myself. That's really hard to tell what's the best way to do something. And a lot of times it's hard to understand what you need to Google or research on the web because the problem is not so clear. And you can also have bugs that don't show up on the console that you don't know what's going on, like because it doesn't throw an error. So you're thinking about like spending hours and hours trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong here, but it's really hard to tell. Yeah, this is the graph that it shows. When you're beginning, you have a lot more resources. So I'm on this phase here, Stack Overflow, holding project, report. Then as you progress, less and less resources. And I imagine this because each problem is going to be more specific and it's going to have to do more of the logic of the program instead of the syntax. So it's a lot harder to answer the questions because the more complex the application becomes, the harder it becomes to figure out the flow of information. And that's probably the reason why people don't do much content about this because it's harder to gain subscribers and views, which I think is a normal thing in any area. Usually there's this beginner. First, you don't know what you don't know, then you start knowing what you don't know, then you become competent and you start knowing things and how to do things, and then you reach the final phase, which is you don't think anymore, you just do. That's usually the progress on everything. And the more advanced you become in something, the fewer people you have by definition that are there with you. So I think I'm gonna have to leave the cartoons up. I don't like too much light here because it reflects on the monitor, but then the camera doesn't show. That's why I keep changing the height of the thing. Yeah. I would like to figure out a way. I don't think there it is, but a way to use some lights, maybe RGB lights that are not so bright and bad for the eye, but good for the camera. I don't know how other streamers do it, but maybe all the streamers put a bright lights on and they just accept that it's gonna be painful for the eyes. I think the first two full applications are probably the hardest, because once you figure out how to put everything together, I think that seems to be the most difficult part, connecting all the files and figuring out how they connect with the server and the client, and then debugging everything along the way, which I think is going to be really hard as well. And especially the kind of stuff that I want to do in the future, it's going to be insanely hard. I was watching the Tesla, I don't know how it's called, presentation on their AI and their visual representation, and it's like absolutely insane. It's kind of crazy how much they were able to achieve, like, and it doesn't seem like they have enough people. It's very few people, and like they put together a bunch of areas, and it's like amazing. It's just crazy. I wonder how long does it take? What kind of stuff do you need to do in order to be able to be hired for Tesla? On the website, it says that you need some exceptional, to have done some exceptional work in your field, but I don't know what that means. How to make it through. It's important that you understand what you're in for, particularly if you will go it alone. But you don't have to. There are ways to short circuit most of these problems. Learning to code is rarely as easy as people make it out to be, but it's also rarely as difficult as it seems in the depth of your despair. Start by trying out different resources to find how you learn best and what sorts of projects are most interesting for you. Yeah, can pick one resource, maybe this. Work with someone else, even another beginner, will be surprised how much easier it is to debug an impossible error when sharing two pairs of eyes. Read other people's code, feel comfortable with good patterns. try to understand what the author did, what they did. You don't try to become a novelist without reading books as well, would you? Focus on this in an upcoming post, but for now, keep your eyes open for any problems, any small problems and projects that other people have making solutions for. Start small and do it constantly. Should have blah blah blah. So, yeah, I was thinking about trying to do my own thing and also following tutorials and trying to make one project by connecting two different tutorials together. Because the problem with following a tutorial is that you're not really learning something, you're just copying. But if you try to connect two tutorials, then you have to understand what both of the people did. So you're able to put them together because the code is going to be different from the beginning to the end. I think that's a good middle way strategy. And then also trying to do something on my own, of course, based on the stuff that I'm curious about along the way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start in the code camp thing. Yeah, someone shared this video with me, Joker Jake. He interacted with me through the stream. That's how I got to know him. And we've been talking, so he introduced me this radio, which has some music, really good. This is the project that is gonna start Saturday about Solidity and Ethereum. I don't think I will be streaming as on Saturday because they are gonna do something on Twitch. I think that their Twitch is build space like this. But I think I'll probably stream myself trying to do this on my own after their stream. And that's how I think is gonna go down. They're gonna do the stream and explain what you need to do and what's the idea, and then the lessons are gonna start. It's closed for now. Let's continue this. Maybe wonder where the props come from. Common pattern is to have a stateful component containing the state important to your app, then the rendered child component. And this component should have access to some pieces of the state which are passed in as props. For example, maybe you have an app component that renders a navbar. Other components in your app have a state that contains a lot of user information, but the navbar needs access to username so it can display it. We pass that piece of state to the navbar components as a prop. This pattern illustrates some important paradigms in React. The first is unidirectional data flow. State flows in one direction down the tree of your application components, from the stateful parent component to child components. The child components will receive the state data they need. The second is that complex stateful apps can be broken down to just a few or maybe a single stateful component. The rest of your components simply receive state from the parents as props and render a UI from that state. It begins to create a separation where state management is handled in one part of code and UI rendering. This principle of separating state logic from UI logic I'm assuming UI is user interface, but you sure? It's one of React's key principles. So separating state logic from UI is one of the key principles. When it's used correctly, it makes the design of complex stateful applications much easier to manage. In my app, components is stateful, and when there's a navbar component as child. So here has state of name came per box and is rendered here. This is component that's rendering. So now I'm gonna have to put curly braces here and pass something. As name property in states down to the child component. Then show the name. I'll have to put here. The my app component is stateful. And the navbar component will show up as a name property in its state down the child component. So I have to pass this name here. Is this that name? That's the name in its state down the child component. Then show the name in the h1 tag that's part of the navbar element. Name should appear after text. So maybe I need to pass it here. Oh, I think I know what. I'm not sure if that's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, it's not showing. Without state, maybe. State dot name. Maybe the equal sign. Yeah. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. That's the name property in its state. Here, number box. Down to the child component. It's not required. I remember from the previous lessons, here I'm supposed to call the variable, the object in this case. And then here I'm supposed to put the equal, but I don't remember. Then show the name in the h1 tag that's part of the not variable. And I need to pass it here somewhere. But I don't know how to do this. Should I use props? Maybe. Let's think about the logic. I think that's this thing right here has to access this property, the myapp component. And this is gonna be the parent, so this loads first, I think. Maybe it's the other way around. I remember there was something that was counterintuitive to me about this process. And I think that's what it was. That the variable is done here, and then you assign it, you make it equal here when you're rendering. I gotta think that the state is not on the navbar, is on the myapp class. So navbar has to render the state from the class myapp. means to create separation or state management, send on in one part of code and the UI rendering in another. So the state on the parent and the UI on the child component. This principle of separating state logic from UI logic is one of React's key principles. It's used correctly, it makes the design of complex stateful applications much easier to manage. The MyApp component is stateful and renders an outward component as child. Pass the name property and state down to the child component. Name property and state down to the child component. How do I do that? And show the name of each one time as part of the environment. Yeah, so I think passing is here. Passing has to be here, I think. But I just don't know how to do it. What's the right way to write the method? So. Maybe it was something like this. I think I'll look at the int and if I can find, I'll maybe search for this as well. I think I understand the logic, you just don't understand the syntax. Or don't remember the syntax. And parent and child have potentially a lot of intermediaries to connect. Blah blah. So it is in brackets, apparently. These.props.text. And do not equal to anything. No, it doesn't work. Okay. In these kinds of situations, I don't really know what to do. Like, if I should just look for the answer, I just try to try a bunch of different stuff because it seems like it's how can I put this? It's like not a problem that you can think about it, and it's more of a syntax problem than. Like you either know or you just don't know. There's no in between. You either know how you should say. In logic, problems are different because if you know the syntax, you can play around a bunch and try a bunch of different stuff to get the logic right. But if you don't know the syntax, then you just don't know. But I'm not sure about that. Not sure if I should. Just keep trying a bunch. text equals. Yeah, so it was doing the way that I was doing, I think. It should be name equals this. But then it doesn't show up there. It's weird. State. Maybe props here. Or maybe props.name. I feel like it's something with the syntax that I'm doing wrong. Let's use this. Here, if I put just name, makes this cross thing. The state's local to its parent component and must use props to pass into the child component. So it has to be something with props here. Maybe this dot props dot state. Here. Using props in child components will allow us to keep all the state data in the parent component. We can pass the data in one direction to the children. So that part I get. The purpose is to store the state on the parent and then just access the state from the child components. But how we do this? I think I'm just gonna look at the solution. I don't really see a way of doing this out. Nice. This is it. Yes, let's go. It's just a syntax thing. Yeah, this is counterintuitive to make it equal here and then call it here. For some reason, it feels strange. So basically the way you call it when it's on the parent is by using props. Use props.name, and for some reason you don't use the state. I think because, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because props only has the state as an variable. I think the issue here that I'm not understanding really well is with this keyword again. What this refers to. In this case is my app, I think, which is the parent component, and access props and name, but why the state keyword is not in the middle there. And here is easier to understand. You're just accessing the state and then name value here, and you're making equal to the name. So this name here, I think, is equivalent to this. Say, zero. Yeah. So this is calling this variable here. Oh, that's why. I'm making this variable equals to this value. Then I'm accessing the props of the component. For this refers to my app, which access props, and then access this variable, which is this thing here. Which is the value of this. Now I think I understand. What if I put this inside? It's probably not gonna work, I guess. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it doesn't work. I think you can use this because then this is gonna be referring to a different thing. If you do it like this. Pass status props to child components, but you're not limited to passing data. You can also pass sender functions or any method that's defined on a React component to a child component. renderer functions. This is how you allow child components to interact with their parent component. You pass methods to a child just like a regular prop. It's assigned a name, then you have access to that method name under this .props in the child component. There are three components outlined in the code editor. So, yeah, let me read that again. You can pass state as props to child components, but you're not limited to passing data. You can also pass handler functions or any method that's defined on a React component to a child component. This is how you allow child components to interact with their parent components. You pass methods to a child just like a regular prop. It's assigned a name and you have access to the method name under this .props in the child component. So you make a variable inside of the render method thing and you assign it to whatever you want to access. And then on the actual component, when you're gonna render on the child component, you just call this .props and then the variable that you created. That's the logic. There are three components outlined in the code editor. The MyApp component is the parent that will render the get input and render input child components. So this is the parent and it renders this true. Add the get input component to the render method in MyApp. Easy to do. Then pass it a prop called input. It's probably gonna be this. Because you have the state of the input value. Assign it to input value from my app's state, and also create a prop called handle change. Let's see, site input. Okay. I'm not sure if that's the way to do it, but based on the previous ones, probably like that. Use that handle change. And because handle change is the object that's going to set the state of the input value, I think I don't need to put this other part here because this is going to be attached to the thing, but I'm not sure. Also create a prop called handle change and pass the input handle change to it. Next, add render input to the method in my app, which is the other child component. Then create a prop called input and pass the input value from state, which is the same thing. Once you're finished, you'll be able to type in the input fields in the get input component, which then calls the handler method in its parents via props, which is already done here. Yeah, the names are correct. it should be the same name that is written here, I think. So we can access the variable. This updates the input in the state of the parents, which is passed as props to both children. Observe how the data flows between the components and how the single source of truth remains the state of the parent component. Admittedly, this example is a bit contrived, but should serve to illustrate how data in callbacks can be passed between React components. Yes, that's good. So yeah, it's just a redundant example to show what they want you to understand is that you're usually going to put the state on the parent component, and then each time you want to call it, you're going to assign it to a variable on the child component, and you're going to use these props and the name of the variable to access it. And I think this maintains the integrity of the component because it's attached to the parent and not the child. So instead of having to write it over and over again every time you want to use it, you just write it one time on the parent. If this is difficult for me right now, I imagine how it's gonna be when I start doing my own thing. It's kind of pretty much impossible to remember all this stuff, I think. React components have several special methods that provide opportunities to perform actions at specific points in the lifecycle of a component. These are called lifecycle methods or lifecycle hooks, and allow you to catch components at certain points in time. This can be before they are rendered, before they update, before they receive props, before they unmount, and so on. Here's a list of some of the main lifecycle methods. Component will mount, component did mount, should component update, component did update, component will unmount. The next several lessons will cover some of the basic use cases first and these lifecycle methods. The components will mount lifecycle method will be deprecated in a future version of blah blah blah. The component will mount method is called before the render. Component will mount. Methods when a component is being mounted to the DOM. Log something to the console within component will mount. You may want to have your browser console open to see the outputs. So this is just to show that you can put several methods here in the parent. So it does stuff before it renders the. So I think I'm going to change this music and put something. More higher. I'm kind of more tired today, more sleepy. I'm not sure if the stream can hear this music. Most web developers at some point need to call an API endpoint to retrieve data. If you're working with React, it's important to know where to perform this action. The best practice with React is to place API calls or any calls through your server in the lifecycle map component in mount. Yeah, I think this music that I'm putting is gonna be distracting. So I'll put some classical music. Best practice with React is to place API calls or any calls through your server in the lifecycle method component in the mount. This method is called after component is mounted to the DOM. Any calls to set state will trigger a rendering of your components. Okay. When you call an API in this method and set your state with the data, that the API returns, it will automatically trigger an update once you receive the data. So when you call an API, to automatically trigger an update once you receive the data. So once you receive the data, the set state is gonna be updated. There's a mock API call in the component in mount, which is this. It sets state after 2.5 seconds to simulate calling a server to retrieve data. This example requests the current total active users for a site. In the render method, render the value of active users in the H1 after the text active users. So I'm not sure if I should, probably not. Probably shouldn't use props because it's on the same component. Maybe not. Maybe. Nice. So after 2.5 milliseconds, it shows up there. 2.5 seconds. In the render method, render the value active users. Watch what happens in the preview, and feel free to change the timeout to see differently. Yeah, just time there. It calls an API once it receives the update, then it puts the value in. An API is just a software that your application communicates with. It's just other codes in other place. The component in mount method is also the best place to attach any event listeners you need to add for a specific functionality. React provides a synthetic event system which wraps the native event system present in browsers. This means that the synthetic event system behaves exactly the same regardless of the user's browser. Even if the native events may behave differently between different browsers, we've already been using some of these synthetic event renders such as onClick. React's synthetic event system is great to use for most interactions you manage on DOM elements. However, if you want to attach an event handler to the document or window object, you have to do this directly. Attach an event listener in the component and the mount method for key down events and have these events trigger the callback handle key press. So I'm not sure if this already went through event listeners, probably yes, because I don't remember that they did. But pretty much an event listener is something that you attach to a node on the DOM, and it's going to trigger some action. The node, every time you do something, it's going to trigger that function that you specified on the event listener. So attach an event listener to component did mount, which is I think it's like this that you write it. Then you put on first argument is going to be what you want to trigger the event, and then the second is going to be the function. And you don't put these things, and then don't remember why these parentheses. But I think you shouldn't put it there. And what this is going to do every time you have a key down is going to activate this function, which is explicitly you. But it doesn't have to do this. You can do anything you want, pretty much. Then component will on mount. Remove this same event listener. Remove event listener I haven't used before, but it's pretty much the same thing, probably. And call a different function. Or maybe the same. Pass the same arguments to document remove event listen. It's good practice to use this lifecycle method to do any cleanup on React components before they are unmounted and destroyed. Event listeners is an example of one such cleanup action. Okay, so this is one. Maybe I should put the argument there. I remember the way that I was using was by first making a variable equal to a query selector from the DOM, and then I would use that variable instead of documents to add the event listener. I'm not sure if this document is right, but I don't see why it should be otherwise. this.state message is gonna call this. So it binds the two functions to this, and they each set a state. The key press calls handle enter. If event code key code equals 13, maybe I should pass the event. Yeah, it doesn't work. So the only thing that left is the document, I think. Maybe it's this dot add event listener instead of documents. But doesn't work. Because series using document dot add event listener. Add event listener. Use document dot add event listener. The spelling seems to be correct, which takes the event in quotes at the first argument and the callback as a second argument. So you should put event here. Document dot remove listener. Build error. So this is this variable here, this value here. And then we're adding an event listener when it mounts that is gonna call this function, which is key code is the code for the keyboard, which assuming 13 is the enter. So if you press enter, it's supposed to activate this message here. Because it's gonna update the state of the thing. And then after that, it's gonna remove the event listener. Maybe send a enter instead of, but doesn't make sense because send a key press calls send a enter. And it's not these dots and the key press. Maybe it is. Nice. I think that's the problem. Yeah, probably. So I have to attach this there, but I don't really understand why. This keyword is so confusing. Although I've watched a bunch of videos already, I still don't understand exactly when to use it and why. So far, if any component receives new state or new props, it re-renders itself and all its true. It is usually okay, but React provides a lifecycle method you can call when child component receive new state or props and declare specifically if the component should update or not. The method is should component update, and it takes next prop and next state as parameters. This method is a useful way to optimize performance. For example, the default behavior is that your component re-renders when it receives new props, even if the props haven't changed. You can use should component update to prevent this by comparing the props. The method must return a boolean value that tells React whether or not to update the component. You can compare the current props, these props, the next props, to determine if you need to update or not, and return true or false accordingly. So it's basically a method to stop your component from re-rendering in case it has the same props, and only update when you have a new props. The should component update method is added in a component called only events. Okay, only events. And this is the method. Should I open? Next prop and next state as arguments. So I feel like it's gonna have an if statement to compare both. Print this method returns true, so only events re-renders every time it receives new props. Modify the method so only events updates only if the value of its new props is even. Even, I don't remember if it's undivisible by 2 or 3 because of English. Not testable. So modify the method so only evens updates only if the value of its new props is even. So I'm thinking, but I'm not sure how to use state. Okay. But what is props? Okay, this state is state.value plus 1. So it starts at 0 and then it adds 1 when you change it. Every time you click a button, so this is the purpose of the button. It activates that value, which is the function which sets the state value to increase by 1. And then only events, which is the component, value equal this state dot value. This props value. So it's attaching the value to the props, which is from the previous exercise. So I feel like it should be next state here. This is confusing. So value is equal to this value here. And then it's gonna render the props, which is the same thing. You just assign in the parent component. But what is the next state, next props? Next props should be this one. It's confusing because it's not declared anywhere. So I'm not sure if it's a variable that is inherited from React, or it doesn't make sense that that's the case. But if it's not the case and it's not declared, then why should I declare it? And because the explanation says it when it returns true, it doesn't update. The default behavior is that your component re-renders when it receives new props. And compare the current props, these props, to the next props to determine if you need to update or not. So the current is this dot props. The should component update method is added in a component called onlyEvents. Currently, this method returns true, so onlyEvents re-renders every time it receives new props. So when it's true, it re-renders every time. Click that button and watch the order of events in your browsers. So as the life cycle loops are triggered. I'm not sure. This game, should I update? I'm not sure how to incorporate these two things here. I'm gonna go to the dark room real quick. There's a channel called It's Useful Programmer, and he did these challenges, I think, all of them. So I think I'm gonna check for his answer on this one. I just don't understand instructions really well and how these variables relate to these props and this state. Check to see if the value of next props is even. Don't know what even means, but okay, so 3 of them are passing apparently. So even when it's not divisible by 2. My main language is in English, so that's why I don't really know. I know in Portuguese, but not. I was forgetting English what it means. Which one is which? The components update method should be defined on the units and only if it should re-render only when next drops value is even. Yeah, the 3 that is passing doesn't have to do with what I'm supposed to do, I think. Should be render only when next props that value is even. Oh, maybe it's the other way. I think I tried that. Yeah, now this one doesn't work as well. Which renders the value of this props? Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna look at the solution and I'm gonna look at the explanation from the useful programmer. Next props dot value. Oh, and you did put added equal to 0. Forgot. But I'm not sure if it's necessary as well. So value is the way it connects because it's the access to this variable here, which accesses this state. So I don't understand why this state is used now. Yeah, they do teach jQuery before. I'm sure. Should. Oh, then Redux. Not sure why it's. Yeah, I'm still not sure why this props is an object there. It's something from the function, or yeah. There are other complex concepts that add powerful compatibility to our React code, but you may be wondering about it. More simple problem of how to style those JSX elements you create in React. Likely know that you won't be exactly the same as working with HTML because of the way you apply classes to JSX elements. If you import style from a style sheet, it isn't much different at all. You apply a class to your JSX element using the class name attribute. And apply styles to the class in your style sheet. Another option is to apply inline styles, which are very common in React JS development. Applying inline styles to JS X elements similar to how we do it in HTML, but with a few JSX differences. Here's an example of an inline style in HTML. Style attribute transfer, you can set value to string instead you set it equal to JavaScript object. Here's an example. So here's in HTML, here's on JSX. The difference is instead of a string is an object. Notice how we camel case the font size property. That's the other difference. This is because React will not accept keyvalue keys in the style object. React will apply the correct property name for us in the HTML. Add a style attribute to the div. Go to style equals object. And if it's only one, I don't think you need to add another curly braces, but more than one style, probably you need more than just like it's done here. To give the text a color of red and font size of 72 pixels. So color red, font size 72. And it doesn't have the pixels. Yeah. Note that you can optionally set the font size should be a number, omitting the ends. Change code above is line. We have noticed in that challenge that there were several other syntax differences from HTML inline styles, in addition to the style attributes set to a JavaScript object. First, the names of certain CSS style properties use camel case. For example, the last challenge set the size of the font with font size instead of font size. Affinated word like font size, yeah, this one. All property values value length units like height. So about the pixel, you wrap the value and the units in quotes. So when you want to use and when you want to specify which measurement is going to be made, you put in quotes. Other than the length values that default to pixel. So the default is pixel. All the properties values should be wrapped in quotes. If you have a large set of styles, you can assign a style object to a constant to keep your code organized. So assume that's what you want me to do here. Declare style constant as a global variable at the top of the file. Initialize styles constant. Styles. And assign an object with 3 style properties and their values to it. Follow. Font size 50. Give the div a color of purple. Font size of 40. And a border. Of 2 pixels. And solid purple. I wonder if I need to put this on. Yeah, I probably need to put it like this for border. Then set the style attribute equal to the styles constant. Not sure if I should erase this. Probably. I don't see another way to do it. If I do it like this, it's not gonna work. And I think constants you need to put on bracket curly braces as well. Styles. Why is this not work? Oh yeah, styles has to be here. So we can assign it twice, I think. It can be oh, I'm assigning it inside of the thing. And right here. Nice, it works. So you can override the thing. So the border is not correct. Maybe nice. So yeah, because it's on, I think we assume that since pixels is the default, you don't have to put it, but because it's on quotes, you have to specify them. And I think oh, it works. Yeah. So both ways probably work by either assigning it again or erasing the previous one, substituting it with the constant. In previous challenges, you learned how to inject JavaScript code into JSX code using curly braces. For tests like accessing props, passing props, accessing state, inserting comments into your code, and most recently styling your components. These are all common cases to put JavaScript in JSX, but they aren't the only way that you can utilize JavaScript code in your React components. You can also write JavaScript directly in your render methods before the return statement, without inserting it inside of curly braces. This is because it is not yet within the JSX code. When you want to use a variable later in the JSX code inside the return statement, you place the variable name inside curly braces. In the code provided, the render method has an array that contains 20 phrases to represent the answer found in the classic 80s magic 8-ball toy. So these possible answers and change mean. Now here's the constant with the style, the parent class, constructor with the state, and is binding the state, these functions to this, ask and handle change, which are these functions here. Function X updates the state through random index and user inputs through empty string. And handle change calls user input, updates user input to event target value, which is here. The button click event is a bound to the ask method. And click this dot ask. So when you click, it's gonna activate this function here. I'm just gonna set the index to a random index, which is probably gonna access this array here. So each time the button is clicked, a random number will be generated and stored as the random indexing state. On 52, delete the string change me. And assign the answer to const to your code randomly. So your code randomly accesses a different index of the possible answer array each time the component updates. So I have to change this so you randomly access a different index of the possible answers array each time the component updates. So let me access a different index of the possible answer. Decided p time. So this will have answer here. This dot answer maybe. And here should be attached to the index. I'm not sure if that's the correct way. The state's gonna update the index each time. The answer is gonna be the index, random index. Maybe it's add the ask function instead. The ask function is called every time you click the button, and it changes the index of the state. I think something is wrong here. The text is entered into the input element and the button is clicked. The magic component should return a p element that contains a random element from the possible answers array. So you should use the index to access this possible answers. You can do it like this maybe. I'm not really sure if that's what I'm supposed to do. That doesn't work. Maybe it's this, not random index. Just possible. Yeah. This is gonna pass. Render method has an array that contains 20 phrases to represent the answer Answers following the classic 80s Magic 8 Ball toy. The button click event is bound to the ask method. Which is here. So each time the button is clicked, a random number will be generated and start as the random index in state. Line 52. If the string change may resign the answer console, your code randomly access a different index of the possible answers array each time the component updates. This dot state dot random index. This is gonna access, in my mind, this value here of the state of. I don't think I should use props. Someone followed, I think. I don't know how to say your name, but I think you're also Pep. Thanks for following. I think props is only used. Let me think. Maybe I should use props. I remember on the child, you make it a variable equal to the state. Confusing the picture. Yeah, you make a variable equal to the state and then you use props to access the variable on the parent one, I think. But this only has the parent one, which is the magic 8 ball, and that renders this possible answer. How does it do that? The state of user input is the whatever they're gonna type there. It's gonna have a random index. But I don't know how it relates to the possible answers, which is this array that it renders. So the input type equals text, value is this state user input. Change this and change. Maybe I should put I don't think I should actually. Need to relate this answer with this array, I think. And then you choose the random index somehow. And as the exercise said, I don't think I need to use curly braces because this is before the return method. It's only necessary here. Maybe that's the thing. I'm still not sure. Oh. Now it shows up the index. That's not what I want. But I tried this before, but didn't know. Maybe now it works. No, I was trying it. Oh, yeah, I think now it works. Nice. So yeah. Here's the array, then you use the random index to access the array. And I don't know why it wasn't working before, but I think it was just because I was using this here. And for some reason you don't need. I think you don't need it because it's inside of the component itself that is returning this. It renders this and returns this. If it was a child component, I think you would need to specify using this dot answer, so it knows that it's from this component. Nice. While you are inside the render method, not inside the return method, you can write JavaScript without wrapping it inside curly braces. First, you have to set the constant answer to a value, access the possible answers array using the value of random index, which is located within the state of your component. Remember to access state using this dot state. Yeah, so yes, it's the only way to answer that. Another application of using JavaScript to control your rendered view is to tie the elements that are rendered to a condition. If the condition is true, one view renders. When it's false, it's a different view. You can do this with a standard if-else statement in the render method of a React component. So yeah. A component contains a boolean in its state which tracks whether you want to display some element in the UI or not. Component, okay. This state is attached to the display key, which has a true value. Okay. The button toggles the state of this value. So on click is going to activate this on click, which is this function, which is going to change the state of the display and set it to false. Okay. Currently, it renders the same UI every time. We write the render method with an if-else statement so that if the display is true, you return the current markup. Otherwise, return the markup without the h1. So if display is true, return the current markup. I think I should put some condition like this. But then how do I can rewrite all this stuff, or without the h1, but I feel like it should be an easier way to do it. Possibly could add an event listener that removes h1. And document dot add event listener, and then there's probably an event listener that removes an element from the DOM, I think. But I'm not sure about that. And they could just rewrite this without each one. And the button is not showing. It's a problem. Maybe this passes, but such a false only div and button should render. That's why it's not the button not showing when I click. Oh, I should write return here. That's fine. I'm gonna look at the solution because I think there is a more simple solution for this. But I think this works. Yeah. Nice. No, it just does the same thing I did. Slightly different, but same logic. Let's see if the useful programmer did something different with this one. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. One thing that came up to my mind is Redux is going to be the next section, and I don't know if Redux is a library or a framework, but I think it's a library. Redux is a library. And also, one thing to note is that I'm struggling with the things I struggle the most with so far is these keywords, their arguments, function arguments, and the scope of things, variables and stuff. So this is, I think those are the most important things to learn. Uh, so Redux is a separate library. It's a JavaScript library for managing states in a JavaScript application. It is by image strongly connected with React because, well, but I think React is a library as well, from what I searched before. So yeah, Redux is a library. And I read this, and it's a library as well. Yeah. Okay. I think classes and objects are easy to understand, but the scope of things is the hard thing. I think he just did it the same way. Speaks about it. Oh. So he mentions there he made a button for child component, and then dynamically add or remove the H1 instead of rewriting the code. And you do this by adding an event listener to the button, and you attach it besides this one clip. Yeah, you could use add event listener, then attach to the button, if I remember correctly. But button dot add event listener, if you're using directly in JX, if you're taking from HTML, you have to assign a variable to document dot query selector dot parenthesis button, like this. The name can obviously be whatever you like. Then you use, if it has a class, you use docs. If it's an ID, you use hashtag. And for elements, I don't think you need. Then you use this variable and use an event listen. Then every time you click the button, you can make a function that adds or removes the H1 element from the div by using some commands from JavaScript. But I don't think that's what they want in this case. For some reason, it erased the solution I had. Oh no, this is the next one. Trippy. This is the next challenge. Yeah, whatever. The if-else statement worked in the last challenge, but there is a more concise way to achieve the same result. Imagine that you are tracking several conditions in a component and you want different elements to render, depending on which of these conditions. If you write a lot of else if statements to return slightly different UIs, you may repeat code, which leaves room for error. Instead, you can use the AND logical operator to perform conditional logic in a more concise way. It is possible because you want to check the condition is true, and if it is, return some markup. Here is an example. If the condition is true, the markup will be returned. If the condition is false, the operation will immediately return false. After evaluating the condition, and return nothing. You could include these statements directly in your JSX and string multiple conditions together by writing AND after each one. This allows you to add more complex conditional logic in your render method without repeating a lot of code. Solve the previous example again. The H1. The H1 only renders if the display is true, but use the AND logical operator instead of an if-else statement. So it's the same thing as before. So and toggle, change the value. Where should I put this condition? That's the question. Should I put it inside the button here? I don't think so, because the button is changing the value. Yeah, I'm not sure. No. The only place where it makes sense to do it like the example here is to put it here. But I know what they want me to do, but I don't know how they want me to do it. Where to put this? There are several ways to do this. But I can't use the if and else statement. Problem is, if I put the condition here, it's gonna defeat the purpose of the toggle display. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Thanks. Oh, so it's supposed to be here. No, I get it. and then you put the condition and play and H1. Nice. I was thinking about putting inside of the tags, but yeah, this makes sense. This statement is true by default, I think. No, it's just a value, yeah. Yeah, it's true by default because the value is true on default. And then every time you click, it's gonna change for false. And when it changes to false, it's not gonna display this because they both have to be true in order to for it to show up. Ternary expression for conditional random. So this is the same as if-else statement, but it uses this way of writing instead. And this is the condition, then what happens if it's true and what happens if it's false. The code editor has three constants defined within the check user age components rendered. So where are the constants? Here, these three. Then check user age here. Each of these is assigned as a simple JSX expression representing a bottom element. First, initialize the state of check user age with input. So, state of check user age here. With input and user age both such values of an empty string. So this is what state. Oh, it's parentheses. I think it's like that. I don't remember exactly. And apparently is wrong because getting an error. See if I erase this, what happens? Maybe the parentheses are outside now? Yeah, maybe it's right, but it's other stuff that's making me get this console browser error, build error. Maybe. Once the component is rendering information to the page, users should have a way to interact with it. Within the component's return statement, set up a ternary expression that implements the following logic. When the page first loads, render the submit button one to the page. Then when the user enters their age and clicks the button, render a different button based on the age. If user enters a number less than 18, render button 3. If a user enters a number greater than or equal to 18, render button 2. So it's gonna change the submit. Click this submit, which is change the state. State into. I have to look it up how to initialize this thing. It seems like this is done. So here I should put a ternary operator. But I feel like it should be rendering information. I think I'll look at the previous challenges to see if this way of writing is correct. In the components return statement, set up a ternary expression that implements the following logic. The page first loads, render the submit button. Page first loads, render the submit button to the page. Then when the user enters their age and clicks the button, yeah, I'll look at this dot state. Oh, that should be equal. Okay. Yeah, now it's correct. Now here I think I need to specify with curly braces because it's on the return, after the return. So it should be JSX. Comment this and see if anything changes. Now it shows up here. Okay, so it's ready. So this creates this button here. And this activates this function here, which sets the user age to state.input, which is an empty string. and handle change is activated with the number. Yeah, value equals this dot state of input. On change is no change. So whenever you change here, it's gonna activate the handle change function. It's gonna make the input equals to the value here. And user age to an empty string. And then when you click the submit button, it's gonna make the user age equals to the input. And now you need to create a condition that the user enters their age and clicks the button when there are different buttons based on the age. If a user enters a number less than 18, when their button true. So the condition I'm showing up there. Let's see. I think this is the right way to do it. So if it's less than 18, when their button true. Yeah, it doesn't work. Like this and so. So how can I do this? If else statements can't be inserted directly into JSX code. You might have noticed this is a couple challenges ago. When an if else statement was required, it was always outside the return statement. Ternary expressions could be an excellent alternative if you want to implement conditional logic within your JSX. We call that a ternary operator has three parts, but you can combine several ternary expressions together using the basic syntax. Condition, then expression if true, expression if false. Maybe this should all be in parentheses. Yeah, the code editor has three constants defined within the check user age components when they're method. They are called button1, button2, and button2. Each of these is assigned as a simple each of these is assigned a simple JSX expression representing a button element. First, initialize the state of check user age with input and user age both set to values of an empty string. I think this part is correct. This state equals this. Yeah, the syntax is correct as well. Once the component is rendering information to the page, user should have a way to interact with it. Within the component's return statement, set up a ternary expression that implements the following logic. When the page first loads, render the submit button. So maybe that the button one should be in the condition, but I don't think so. It doesn't make much sense. Then, when the user enters their age and clicks the button, when there are different button based on the age. If your user enters a number less than 18, render button true. If it's greater, render the true. Let's see the ends. I'm not sure about the syntax of this. It's clearly not working. It just shows up to me. Yeah, doesn't make sense. I think I'll actually look at the answer in this one. Maybe I need to wrap everything inside of the thing. It doesn't seem to work. Because it's not an object. I don't know, look at the answer on this. So everything needs to be inside of the thing, the curly braces. So that was right. Sets it to an empty string first. The condition makes a condition an empty string. Or if it's an empty string, then it shows up the bottom one, because it's loading. Now I think I understand. I don't think he used or she. They don't have to be on curly braces because the whole thing is on curly braces, I think. Get you. It's kind of strange to me that once you put the curly braces here, you don't need to put on each one of the buttons. So I guess the purpose of the curly braces is because JSX doesn't understand that is a variable JavaScript. So I guess it doesn't matter where they are as long as the variable is inside of the curly braces. Then JSX is able to understand that it's a variable. And I thought that it had to be on each one. And then you uses the state of the user age as the condition. If the age is empty string, then loads the button one. Else makes another condition. So it stacks conditions. This is kind of like an else if, which is a little bit confusing to understand. Else if this state user age bigger than 18, show button true, announce button true. This right. It should be equal. Yeah, there we go. I might do 2 streams today. I'm already getting tired. Try to finish this 6. It's just gonna do the same thing. So far, you've seen how to use if, else, and ternary operator condition to make conditional decisions about what to render. And however, there's one important topic left to discuss that lets you combine any or all of these concepts with another powerful React feature: props. Using props to conditionally render code is very common with React developers. That is, they use the value of a given prop to automatically make decisions about what to render. In this challenge, you set up a child component to make rendering decisions based on props. You also use the ternary operator, but you can see how several of other concepts that were covered in the last few challenges might be just as useful in this context. The code editor has 2 components that are partially defined for you: a parent called game of chance and the child called results. Game of chance and results. They are used to create a simple game where the user presses a button to see if they win or lose. So render. This activates the function, which sets the state. Okay. And the turn is equal to the counter value here. First, you need a simple expression that randomly returns a different value every time it is run. Randomly returns different value every time it is run. Math.random. Something like that. Doesn't work. I'm gonna use math.random. That's not what it wants me to do. No, it is what it wants me to do. Where did I stop? The code editor has two components that are partially defined for you. Parent called the game of chance and the child called the results. Yeah, there is to create a simple game when the user presses a button to see if they win or lose, but you need a simple expression that randomly returns a different value every time it was run. You can use math.random. The method returns a value between 0 inclusive and 1 exclusive each time it is called. So for 50-50 odds, this math.random equal your expression. Maybe it wants to choose a ternary operator. Yeah, I don't think this is written the right way. Spread state has to be the condition. Statistically speaking, this expression returns true 50% of the time, and false the other 50%. The render method replaces null. Where is the if the above expression should complete the variable declaration? I don't understand what this is asking me to do. An expression that you can use to make a randomized decision in the code. Next, you need to implement this. Render the results component as child of game of chance. And pass in expression as a prop called 50-50. And pass in expression. Oh, here is no. Didn't see this. Pass in expression is a prop called 50-50. So doesn't make much sense. The results component write a ternary expression to render the H1 element. Detects you win or you lose based on the 50-50 prop that's being passed in from game of chance. Make sure the random click method is correctly counting each turn so the user knows how many times they play. What is proud state? Proud state. No, you can't do this. Because it's an object. Maybe I should just put math.random again. What's happening? False, true. False. The method returns a value between 0 close-up and close-up. Statistically speaking, place no if the above expression should complete the variable declaration. Oh, so this should be here. Okay. In an expression, the memory returns a different value every time it's run. It's supposed to be the send click method. No, I think it's referring to this expression. Now I have an expression that comes to make a randomized decision in the code. Next, you will need to implement this. Next, you need to implement this. Render the results component as a child of game of chance. And pass in an expression as a prop called 50-50. Yeah, this order, I'm not sure. If this is correct. The results component write a ternary expression to render the H1 element with the text you win or you lose based on the 50-50 prop that is being passed in from game of chance. So I need to make this the counter condition ternary operator, and the counter is supposed to be how many times they play. Hey Jake, what's up? The results component write a ternary expression to render the H1 text you win or you lose. Finally, make sure an include method is correctly counting each turn so the user knows how many times they've played. This also serves to let the user know the component has actually updated in case they win or lose twice in a row. Yeah, I'm not sure. Plus one. I'm not sure where the ternary operator goes. Maybe it goes here. So expression 50-50. I wrote it wrong also. Uh, yes. So I'm assuming the way I wrote here is wrong. Maybe it's the other way around and then 50-50 dot props. Or props dot. Doesn't make sense to put it here because that's just a variable, right? Next, you need to implement this. Render the results components as a child of game of chance. Results component. Okay. and pass an expression as a prop called 50-50, which I've done here. Maybe I should put it like this. The results component write a ternary operation, a ternary expression to render the H1 element detects you win or you lose based on the 50-50 prop that's being passed in from being of chance. Let's look at the hints. Use math.random with the ternary operator to return true or false. That's so it is working. Let me also download. Oh, I wrote it wrong. Just undid the immediately. Sure. The question column operator is an if statement. If expression is true, do operation after the question mark. If false, do operation after the column. Yeah. I just don't know how to put it here. here says that I need to use with the method random, but I don't think this is wrong because it's returning true or false depending when I click it. Render the results component within the game of chance components. Pass the variable expression to results as a prop called 50-50. Maybe it's the other way around that I need to do. Expression is equal to 50-50. It doesn't work. I don't remember how to pass it as props. Correct counter property of the state so the random click method increments it by 1. This one I think is correct. Pass the variable expression to the results as a prop called 50-50. What does that mean? That's the variable expression. But this shows up now. Use that props. So probably this was the wrong thing. Doing. Nice, now it's working. Yeah, so it was just the way that that should be written here. But I don't understand very well. If 50-50 is a property of an object, or is it a prop object? 50-50 is equal to this expression here, which returns true or false depending on whether or not this number is bigger or less than 50%. This calls the results component on the parent component of game of chance and makes this variable 50-50 equals to this constant here. But then on this child component, it has to access the variable 50/50 by using this dot props. And I didn't remember the syntax there. It looks like it is a property of the prop object. Like it is a property of on. What do you mean? I don't think it's. But I'm not sure. I'm making the variable 50/50 equals to the constant expression. I think this command makes it a property. So it isn't a property, but when you type it like this, dot props, then it becomes a property. But maybe it becomes a property when you write it like this as well. And not link. Yeah. I think when you put the variable equals to the constant, it becomes a property of the object. And doesn't show up here, but would be the same as writing on the constructor, maybe. Yeah. It's kind of confusing. Like, is it a property of the object on the constructor or outside of the constructor and only of the object? The specific component, not the constructor. Yeah, anyway. Let's see if the useful program has an explanation for this. I didn't put this, but it worked as well. Oh. back. I'll go to the bathroom. What I don't understand is whether or not the props 50-50 is gonna be inside the constructor, like 50-50, something like that, or if it's gonna be outside, like an object. But I guess it's inside. No, because it is props not 50-50 from my understanding. So you're saying it's outside the constructor. Our props which is passed into the constructor. Hmm. Do you know what the super stands for? And why it's always in there? Allows you to use this on the in the constructor. Super is called inside the React component only if it has a constructor. The reason why this cannot be allowed before super is because this is uninitialized if super is not called. Even if we are not using this, we need a super inside the constructor because ESS 6 class constructors must call super if they are subclasses. It doesn't have to call super as long as you have a constructor. Subclasses, okay. Let's go for this one. So changing inline CSS conditioning. At this point, we've seen several applications of conditional rendering and the use of inline styles. Here's one more example that combines both of these topics. You can also render CSS conditionally based on the state of the React component. To do this, you check for a condition, and if that condition is met, you modify the style object that's assigned to the JSX element in the render method. This paradigm is important to understand because it is a dramatic shift from the more traditional approach of applying styles by modifying the DOM elements directly, which is very common with jQuery, for example. In that approach, you must keep track of when elements change and also handle the actual manipulation directly. It can become difficult to keep track of changes, potentially making your UI unpredictable. When you set a style object based on a condition, describe how the UI should look as a function of the application's state. There is a clear flow of information that only moves in one direction. This is the preferred method when writing applications with React. The code editor has a simple controlled input component with a styled border. So this, let's read this real quick. So there's a state inputs and handle change event that changes the input to whatever is typed here. The style of the inputs border is this style here, which is this variable, which is the object with the style. And the input as type text, style equals to the variable, value equals to the input, and no change activates the handle change event. You want to style this border red if the user types more than 15 characters of text in the input box. Oh yeah, so this is very common on websites. Add a condition to check for this. And if the condition is valid, set the input border style to 3 pixels solid red. You can try it out by entering text in the input. So because it's before the return, I don't think I need to. I can make a ternary operator, but I don't need to. I think I'll try it because it's kind of difficult for me. So playing first thing. Set the input border. I don't know if I can do it like this. Yeah, it doesn't work. Maybe it works, but I have to do something else. Yes, is this statement. Essentially. Oh, it's not the input style. It's the this dot state dot input. Now it works. Nice. So here we use div. Use div as well. Yeah. Conditional rendering is useful, but you may need your components to render a unknown number of elements. Often in reactive programming, a programmer has no way to know what the state of an application is until runtime. Because so much depends on the user's interaction with that program. Programmers need to write their code to correctly handle that unknown state ahead of time. Using array.map in React illustrates this concept. For example, you create a simple to-do list app. As a programmer, you have no way of knowing how many items a user might have on their list. You need to set up your component to dynamically render the correct number of list elements long before someone using the program decides that today's laundry day. The code editor has most of the my to-do list components set up. Okay. Stacks are calls items. So the constructor needs to have user input and to-do list. Some of this code should look familiar if you completed a controlled form challenge. You'll notice a text error and a button, along with a couple of methods that track their states, but nothing is rendered to the page yet. Inside the constructor, create a this.state object and define two states. This.state equals to an object. User input. Probably is going to set up to an empty string. And to-do list should be, to-do list. Is an empty array. Next, delete the commenting render. Here. Method next to the items variable. In its place, map over the to-do list. So maybe it's array.to-do list. No. Let's see, map over the to-do list array starting components internal state and dynamically render a list for each item. by entering the string, it goes deep, repeat to the text there. So that's not the way to do it. You may know that all sibling child elements created by a mapping operation like this don't need to be supplied with unique key attributes. Don't worry, this is the topic of the next challenge. So maybe just array.map and then to-do list. Let me think about what this map function needs to do. Map over the to-do list array starting the component's internal state and then actually render a list for each of them. It's not using the list. Oh, maybe it's because of the way it's written now. No. It's gonna split with the common. It's gonna be arrays inside of arrays, I think. Maybe I put it like this. I'm thinking this should be on curly braces because it's before the return. Items array is gonna be whatever I have here, split by the comma, so it's gonna be array with each element. And then it's gonna set state the function list should be the items array. And I'm gonna map over that. and then need to return list for each one. Oh, that should be on curly braces. That was the problem probably. Maybe because it's gonna be is initialized before the return, but it's gonna be rendered after. Now it works. Oh, oh. Thought that wasn't there. Use sibling elements and unique key attributes. Last challenge showed how the map method is used to dynamically render a number of elements based on user input. However, there was an important piece missing from that example. When creating an array of elements, each one needs a key attribute set to a unique value. React uses these keys to keep track of which items, kind of like a dictionary in Python. Keys only need to be unique between sibling elements. They don't need to be globally unique in your application. The code editor has an array with some front-end frameworks and a stateless functional component named frameworks. Here, needs to map the array to an unordered list. Now I need to put a key for each of them. Much like in the last challenge, finishing writing the map callback to return a list element for each framework in the front-end frameworks array. So you should return a list. This time, make sure to give each Li a key attribute set to a unique value. The Li elements should also contain text from front-end frameworks. I think it was something like key. Not sure if I should do it inside of the. I can create a variable and then make it +1 each time that is going through the array and assign a key to that inside the list, but I'm not sure if that's what it wants me to do. Finish writing map. This time we should give a key. The Li elements should also contain text from front-end frameworks. Normally, you want to make the key something like that uniquely identifies the element being rendered. As a last resort, the array index may be used. But typically, you should try to set to use a unique identification. Maybe this works. Nice. Let's see how they did it. Yeah, she did it equal to the name. Okay. Use array.filter to dynamically filter an array. The map array method is a powerful tool that we will use often. Another method related to map is filter, which filters and stuff, then returns a new array. For example, if our array of users one, it's a push for. This basically filters the array. Code editor, my component states initialized with an array of users. Which each one is an object. Some users are online and some aren't. Filter the array so you only see users who are online. To do this, first use filter, so we have to use this.state.users.filter, and then so I'm filtering over the array, which has each one is gonna be filters online, and maybe I need to use the curly braces here. I'm gonna use the return. Maybe I don't need to return it on. Apparently this doesn't work. Oh, filter. Let me see. Return. Doesn't work. So I'm mapping over this state dot users. I'm filtering to this array. So each filter is gonna be an element here. So filter.online should access the value of this. Oh, I need to render it. It doesn't work. Then in the render online variable, map over the filtered array. And return ID element for each user that contains this. So the filter is not working properly. I guess it's only gonna return. I'm not sure exactly what it's gonna return there with the filter function. For each user that contains the text of their username, this dot username. There we go. No, it's because it's returning an object, an array of the objects. Let's see if it's correct. Hey, Jeff, Mary, Sarah. It's probably correct. Each list item element should have a unique key attribute. Oh, I didn't read the key part. Username. How did I do it last time? Oh, username doesn't exist, right? So I have to access someone the array. His username is inside of the list. Nice. So the key is going to be equal to the username for each username. And returns, but they used equal true. Let me see how many there is left. I'm on the render React on the server. Oh, this is the last one. There's 17 on Redux. Okay. I thought there was 10 and 17 here. So far, you have been rendering React components on the client. Normally, this is what you will always do. However, there are some use cases where it makes sense to render a React component on the server. Since React is a JavaScript view library, you can run JavaScript on the server with Node. Okay, so all this stuff is on the client side that I did so far. And now it's for the server side. In fact, React provides a render_string method you can use for this purpose. There are two key reasons why rendering on the server may be used in a real-world app. First, without doing this, your React app will consist of a relatively empty HTML file and a large bundle of JavaScript when it's initially loaded to the browser. This may not be ideal for search engines that are trying to index the content of your pages so people can find. If you render the initial HTML markup on the server and send this to the client, the initial page loads contains all of the page's markup, which can be crawled by search engines. Second, this creates a faster initial page loads experience because the rendered HTML is smaller than the JavaScript code of the entire app. React will still be able to recognize your app and manage it after the initial load. So it loads on the server side for the engine optimization, the search engine. So it's faster to recognize. The render_string method is provided on React DOM server, which is available here as a global object. The render_string method is provided on the server, which is available here as a global object. The method takes one argument, which is React element, and uses it to render app to a string. I think it's just simple as that. No. Maybe like this. It's provided as a global object. No, I think it should work. No? Yeah, I do understand. Takes one argument that is the React element. Um, well, that should be okay. I hate when the answer is like this because there's no way to really know. And, yeah. It doesn't say anything about this. I suspected that it might be this the problem because I've seen this before on React render where it's used like this app and then get element by document by the yeah, I've seen this before. I wasn't sure if that was gonna be the case here. Now it's Redux. Redux is state management framework. So Redux is a framework, but it was saying that it's a library. DuckDuckGo. It's kind of weird. Redux is a state management framework that can be used with a number of different lab technologies, including React. In Redux, there is a single state object that's responsible for the entire state of your application. This means if you had a React app with 10 components and each component had its own local state, the entire state of your app would be defined by a single state object housed in the Redux store. This is the first important principle to understand when learning Redux. The Redux store is a single source of truth when it comes to application state. This also means that anytime any piece of your app wants to update state, it must do so through the Redux store. Unidirectional data flow makes it easier to track state management in your app. A Redux store is an object which holds and manages application state. There's a method called createStore on the Redux object. Oh, so it's not here, it's from the Redux framework. So redux.create which you can use to create the Redux store. This method takes the reducer function as a required argument. The reducer function is covered in a later challenge and is already defined for you in the code editor. It simply takes state as an argument to return state. Declare a store variable and assign it to create store. maybe it's this method passing in the reducer as an argument. Syntax to initialize the state to roll the value of 5 if you're not familiar with the default arguments. Yeah, nice. Redux store object provides several methods that allow you to interact with it. For example, we can retrieve data, the current state, and the Redux store object with the get state method. So store.getState. And this should get the state that is in here. Retrieve the state from the store and assign this to a new variable current state. Since Redux is a state management framework, updating states is one of its core tasks. In Redux, all state updates are triggered by dispatching actions. An action is simply a JavaScript object that contains information about an action event that has occurred. The Redux store receives these action objects, then updates its state accordingly. Sometimes the reduction action also carries some data. For example, the action carries a username after a user logs in. While the data is optional, actions must carry a type property that specifies the type of action that occurred. While the data is optional, actions must carry a type property. Think of Redux actions as messengers that deliver information about events happening in your app through the Redux store. Okay, so think of Redux actions as messengers that deliver information about events happening in your app through the Redux store. The store then conducts the business of updating state based on the actions that occur. So it's just a framework to control and manage the state of the whole application based on the states of each component. Writing Redux actions is as simple as declaring an object with a type property. Declare an object action and give it a property type, such as the string login. Simple as declaring an object with a type property. How do I declare an object? Maybe we should do const action equals objects. Yeah. We should do, yeah. After creating an action, the next step is sending the action to the Redux store so we can update its state. In Redux, a defined action created to accomplish this. An action created is simply a JavaScript function that returns an action. In other words, action creators create objects that represent action events. Find a function named function action creator that returns the action object. Something. dispatch methods, what you use to dispatch actions to the Redux store. Calling store.dispatch and passing the value returned from an action creator sends an action back to the store. Calling store dispatch and passing the value returned from an action creator sends an action back to the store. Not sure to understand fully. So we have the star here. We call that action creators return an object with a type property that specifies the action that has occurred. Then the method dispatches an action object to the Redux store. So action creators return an object with a type property that specifies the action that has occurred. So this specifies the action that has occurred. Then the method dispatches an action object to the Redux store. Based on the previous challenges example, the following lines are equivalent and both dispatch the action type of type logging. The Redux store in the code editor has an initialized state that's an object containing a login property, previously set to false. There's also an action creator called login action, which returns an action type login. Okay. So the star has state set to false, and this is the action of login. Dispatch the logging action to the Redux store by calling dispatch. Store.dispatch. Okay. Which returns an action of type logging. Dispatch the logging action to the Redux store by calling the dispatch method. Passing the action created by logging. I'm not sure if this sets the state to true. I don't understand really. The code editor is the previous example as well as the start of a reducer function frame. So as the star here, create star reducer. This is the reducer function. Default state login to false. False action line. So this is the type login. It initializes to false first. Doing the body of the reducer function so that if it receives an action of type logging, it returns state object with logging set to true. If I can use action.type. I don't know if this works. Login set you true. Otherwise, it returns the current state. Note that the current state and the dispatched action are passed to the reducer. Yeah. So you can access the actions. It's passed here. The arguments. So you can access the actions type directly with action.type. Go. Which is what I did. For some reason, it doesn't work. So that if it receives an action of type logging, action.type equals logging. It returns a state object with logging set to true. Maybe that should be like this. It doesn't make much sense. How can I do this? Let's return a state object with logging set to true. Maybe I should make it equal here. Now this passes. The action is not of type logging. The store should return the current state. So now, yeah, it's working because of this statement. Dispatching login action should update the login property in the store state to true. So the condition is not working. Maybe just state equals true. But it has to be accessing login. Action.login. No, actions. civilian hints. There's no hints. So it returns login directly in Postron. Don't understand why it doesn't need to specify the states. Oh, it's because there's only logging. I'm confusing the function with an object. The constant with an object. Because it's not a component, it's a constant. Which it is not the object itself. So the reducer is already inside of the state, let's say, which is this right here. So you don't need to specify. I think that's it. Use a switch statement to add multiple actions. I think this is the last one I'm gonna do. So I'm a little bit tired, and I might come back later to do the remaining ones. You can tell the Redux store how to handle multiple action types. Say you are managing user authentication in your Redux store. You want to have a state representation for when users are logged in and when they are logged out. Represent this with a single state object with the property authenticated. So you also need action creators that create actions corresponding to user login and user logout, along with the action objects themselves. Code editor has a store, actions, and action creator set up for you. Fill in the reducer function to handle multiple authentication actions. So these ones. Use a JavaScript switch statement in the reducer to respond to different action events. This is a standard pattern in writing Redux reducers. The switch statement should switch over action type. So switch. I don't remember exactly how to do switch. Should have this. So case action dot. Maybe it's directly like that. And you put something here. You do case like that. Put something here. Note, at this point, don't worry about state immutability since it is small and simple in this example. For each action, you can return a new object, for example, authenticate true. Also, don't forget to write a default case in your switch statement that returns the current state. Okay. So return it. And case, I think that should be with, I'm not sure if that should be with the string. the default. Okay, so a bunch of them are passing. Some are not. This is important because once your app has multiple reducers, they are all run anytime an action dispatch is made, even when the action isn't related to that reducer. In such a case, you want to make sure that you return the current state. So type login, type logout. Such a true, such a false. It should not type. Maybe this case defaulting. See. Maybe it is not nice. So default doesn't have a key. Okay. Let me see how many there is left. Maybe I'll finish now. And then I will do the other ones later. There's probably a bunch of them still. These construction types. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think 10 is a good number to start. So there's gonna be 20 left. Yeah, I'm gonna stop for now. I might come back later on. If I don't come back later on today, I'll probably come back Monday. Should start doing the crypto zombies and the build space project. Yeah. See you later.